Hello. Oh, hold on. There we go. Gotta add some settings off. We are starting the 3rd episode, at least no, the 4th! Oh god, I gotta change that title. It is embarrassing. I was so confident it was the 3rd one. Okay, no, we're on the 4th episode now. Which is the 2nd last one? Marvel, I have something important to tell you. Hello, Roderick. How are you doing? What do you have to tell me? Is the world about to end? Are there some big holiday sales? Okay, yeah, no, this was the one we just did. An embarrassing mistake on my part. Twisted Karma in his last bout. This makes me think that this will be the last time I see Von Karma. Wait, no. We haven't seen a Von Karma yet. Okay, what am I? I don't know. I think I'm starting to go brain dead because I had like 2 big portions of shepherd's pie, so. Playing Persona yesterday and was talking about the author who wrote about the famous thief Arsène Lupin and how he wanted to collab with the author who wrote Sherlock Holmes, so I am anxiously waiting on the edge of my seat for the 2nd half of that. In the meantime, I think we're gonna go through a cutscene.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Okay. Okay, it's gonna pause there. The author for Sherlock Holmes got a tizzy about it, and so the Lupin author decided to write about it anyway with his nemesis, Sherlock Sholmes. I love that there was a reference in there. I need to play the Persona games now. If only just for that reference. Oh man. Okay. You might hear some barking. If it happens again, I'm gonna have to move one of the dogs. She's very angry when it comes to her food. They're chewing on some stuff right now, and like even if her brother is on like the other side of the room, she just won't tolerate it. Persona 5 is so good. Well, I mean, the Steam Winter Sale is like upon us very soon, isn't it? Alright, I can't believe it's only been 8 days since the last episode, in game time. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Kazuma regaining his memory. We were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. I'm trying to remember if this is a... Does this hotel exist in Phoenix, right? Like, there's something tingling in my brain. I could be wrong. I just need to double check. Think so, yeah. If you can get it on a sale, do it. I wonder how much it goes on sale for. Oh no, okay. In Phoenix, right, it's the Gatewater Hotel. I thought they would have they would do something. But now that I think about it, that doesn't make sense because we're in London right now and like Phoenix, right, takes place, I think, Japan. Hello, how's your day? My day is going well. How's your day? Hello, someone. Or someone ate? I don't know if that's supposed to be a pun or not, but welcome. I like that name. Usually like 35 or your regional equivalent. Probably. Professor Mikotoba's due to arrive at any moment. Oh, that's right. There's some sort of forensics... What do they call it? Convention? I don't know. Something to do with a bunch of people from around the world meeting up about forensic science. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. I mean, I would be shook too. I mean, if for like almost a year, I thought my friend was dead and like he came back. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Oh, that too. Do you suppose my father knew? He had to. That he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. Probably means he knows then. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. I have no idea whose voice this is. Ah, there she is. Ah, oh. Oh, father. Whoa, who is this majestic man? Wait! No. No. Is this the judge? Wait. Wait! Oh. Oh man. I feel so weird right now. It's like, you know, when you're a kid and you see your teacher outside of school and you just like, you get so confused, like, what? You don't live at the school? You have a life? You exist outside of this one building? Ah! I almost didn't recognize him because, like, the hair. But I could tell from the beard. Oh my god, this is so weird. Okay, this is gonna take a little bit of getting used to. Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived, safe and sound. Hello, Mr. Nagahodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh no, not at all. It's my pleasure. I like how they put his name in question marks as if we don't know who that is. I'm assuming Ryunosuke doesn't know who it is. That's probably why. I don't remember his voice. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? Why do I feel as though I've seen him before? I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? Does he mean like hitting the gavel? Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty. Oh, you're... So weird to see him without the hat. Ah. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Your Excellency.
Hello, Judge Oh god, Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time.
Good, you remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So, London, again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Oh right, it was a symposium. I still don't know what a symposium is. No, really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Eugen? Of course. Judge Jigoku. You must complete this set. I guess the three of them went to London together then. Hold on, I just gotta reset myself, because I am slouching. Ah! Why are you so angry? Why? No, 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 no. Go back to chewing. He's like literally not doing anything. He's just lying on the opposite side of the room and she's not having it. Okay. He's drooling all over his bed though. I gotta clean that up later. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father, Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. Wow, he is a very happy man outside of the courtroom, huh? Can't help but laugh. There's now a I'm Just Ken EP. Oh, I haven't seen the Barbie movie yet. I really want to, though. But like, I did see like, there was like a period where my timeline was flooded with like Ken stuff and like shirts, and they all looked great. Sorry? Ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Oh, really? It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour. Guilty as charged. If you're free tomorrow, we're all watching it in the Discord. Oh, maybe. I'll see. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Ah, yes, now, Naruhodo.
I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday.
Oh, you did.
It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy.
Yes. Could you tell us any more about it? Oh, okay. Alright, your journey from Japan. So how was the voyage here?
Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards.
Man, I don't think I could survive 50 days on a boat. I don't think I get seasick. I haven't experienced it anyway, like I haven't been on a boat very long. I think the longest I was on a boat was for about an hour on a ferry. Is partner night gonna go? Have a wonderful night. Oh, thank you! You have a wonderful night as well. Thank you for stopping by. It's always nice to see you.
But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience.
Huh. So you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris.
We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover.
God damn it, which one of you was it? I am being gassed in my bedroom right now.
Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow.
It's wonderful that you're invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father.
It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back.
Oh! Oh! They must mean, what's it, Dr. Watson. It has to be him. Kazuma's father, I suppose. Ah! What are you doing? My goodness. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he?
That's correct. Genshin Asogi.
Genshin Asogi? Genshin Impact? Genshin.
You knew, I presume, Father.
Yes. He was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard.
Oh, okay.
I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland.
But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father?
No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts.
Oh, why?
As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, "I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there."
Do you think He wanted to come here to investigate his father's death.
I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him.
Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually.
Oh? What?
Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks.
What?
Oh, you guys didn't know?
What? That's news to us.
So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January.
But he didn't die. He's alive, as you knew, didn't you, Father?
In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. He sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive, and here in London, you say. Never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now.
Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia?
When we first came across him again here in London, we didn't know who either of us were.
I see.
He only regained his memory 8 days ago.
This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently.
I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him?
That began 6 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Eugen here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. We were the original 3. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you.
16 years ago, things were tough for their generation.
Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady.
Yes, grandmother told me.
He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground.
Ugh, not more talk of graves.
Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons.
Not my cup of tea at all.
Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden, his name was. He was a good man. Yes, but then of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. And Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I've known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but... Well, you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after the trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly.
Give me 2 seconds. I gotta wipe up that drool. It's bugging me.
Oh man, what is this?
Sorry for drooling. That wasn't your drool I was cleaning up, it was the dog's. It was like kind of solid. I don't know, it was like, yeah, I don't know. I had to clean it up. I was afraid of the consequences of if it dried. Alright, continuing on.
Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long.
I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here.
Oh damn, she zoomed. Susato-san's gone off at a run.
I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow.
Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Don't mind me, I'm giving head scritches on the side, playing this game one-handed.
Naruhodo, I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been.
Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me.
Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down.
Sorry? What do you mean?
Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born.
Yes, I heard.
The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life too.
So, she was born the same year Kazuma's father died. Oh, yes. Susato-san hinted at something like that.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London.
Oh, did Susato's mom die during childbirth or something like that? Because I thought the tragedy that happened was supposed to be Kazuma's father dying. But if this was before they left for London, then the only thing I can think of is that, Susato's mom died. Because I don't think she's ever mentioned her mom. She's mentioned her grandmother. But that's about it.
So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say.
I completely understand, Professor.
Ah, one other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you.
Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you?
Well, the thing is,
I'm so sorry that took so long.
Oh, this guy. Miss Susato.
Now then, allow us to take your bags.
I don't think this guy's British. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't know. Allow me to take your bags.
one moment if you please, porter.
Of course, sir.
That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe.
Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir.
Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense.
Ah, yes, of course. Jeez! Oh, they're so cute!
I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think.
Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something.
Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us.
Yes, let's go. I did buy some new tea. I do want to try it. I haven't tried it yet. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Okay, I'm gonna examine this hotel, although I don't know if there's much to look at. Have you seen all those sparkling jewels up there? They must have gathered every gem in the world for that.
It's called a chandelier, I believe. It's designed to provide elegant lighting in large, spacious rooms like this.
So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room.
It's probably electric light bulbs that are actually throwing the light.
If I tried to hang something like that from the ceiling in the office, it would be scraping on the floor.
I think perhaps chandeliers aren't for you, Mr. Naruhodo.
I love chandeliers. I think that's just because I like sparkly things, but like they're so pretty. They're so very pretty.
That desk is known as the hotel reception. Anyone wanting to spend the night has a report there to sign in for their stay.
Oh, so do you think that's the head clerk behind the desk there?
Yes, I'm sure it must be.
I'd love to stay in a grand hotel like this for a little while, wouldn't you? Just to know what it's like.
If the hotel fee was paid through our stipend, I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland.
True. London gives the word expensive a whole new meaning. Look at those cases just left there on that trolley. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am.
Haven't you seen the porter over there? Don't worry, he's obviously keeping an eye on everything.
Ah, so it's a trap, designed to catch any chancers who might be tempted. Why did the porter give me such a scathing look just now, do you suppose?
Well, some might say you look a little suspicious with your jet black clothes.
Not everyone clad in black is some sort of ninja with intent to steal, you know. Alright. Is that the Eiffel Tower? Look at that. It's a picture of the Crystal Tower. Okay, never mind.
Well, the Great Exhibition is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years.
I wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of scientific achievement in so many ways. There's a 20-meter tall chimney on the bathhouse near my lodgings at Yume University. The attendant there is always boasting that it's the tallest object in the neighborhood.
I'm sure. Did you know that over the channel in Paris, there's a tower that's 300 meters tall?
What? How many times taller than the chimney at Yume Soken Hot Springs is that? If it's that tall, how does it draw properly? The smoke would get stuck, surely.
I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright, I think that's all we can look at here. I don't know if it's perspective, but this vase looks ginormous. Alright, time to go back to Baker Street. Back to my beloved Sholmes. Is anybody home? Oh, oh, that's Kazuma's mask over there. I don't know what that noise is. What was that?
A man screaming in a most unflattering way.
Do you think? Could it have been Mr. Sholmes?
Oh my, I do hope not.
Who is this? I don't do it anymore.
Mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, oh?
Who are these people? Look at their hair. It's bright red.
I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes.
Right, you two, you're coming with me now. Down to the clink. No, not in prison. It is dark and damp and I don't like it.
Both is the darkness. It is my friend. I am not scared.
But you are always scared of the dark.
Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in this dark and plan our next daring heist.
I don't like this. I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you great detective.
Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she?
Oh, Susie and Reno.
Hello, Iris. We're home.
Well, did you find your daddy?
Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend.
Oh, well that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon.
Next time you see him might be in a coffin. Yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson.
So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows?
What happened? Boo-boo, your hair.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face?
Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea.
Whatever is going on here today?
In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today.
No! Do we not get to ask about his hair? Maybe it's gonna get revealed.
Mr. Sholmes, who are the two gentlemen that were here before?
Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions.
When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions?
But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out.
Oh my, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes.
But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Grexy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Ah, I have it! A bungler, that's the word.
It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good.
I wonder what the men did.
You know what? I'm not hating the red. It's very, like, bright, though. It's... He reminds me a little bit of a Fire Emblem character. What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before?
Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes?
How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Yes, I struggle against it every day. Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly.
It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops.
Wait, what? We were apes?
Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes?
Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent.
But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Two Spells only the other day?
Pshaw, a large sum. One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you.
Oh my god, Sholmes.
Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it.
Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least.
And what was the answer?
Why, there is a substantial clue before your very eyes.
Don't tell me. Let me see.
Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think.
In the end? It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation.
I think we might need another clue before we can uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us.
I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that.
That case aboard the SS Beria in January. Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on?
The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, the side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew.
But how?
After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. And I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid in the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse.
Oh, how horrible.
It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course.
But why? Why do it in the first place?
I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to assure you I didn't foresee subsequent events.
What events?
His disappearance in Hong Kong.
Oh,
I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment.
Mr. Sholmes. Are we really not gonna talk about his red hair? Like, you can't do that to me. Oh, I didn't mean to present that.
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, is this the first time you've shown me this particular trinket?
Oh, I don't really remember, to be honest.
I say that it's a collar from a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck. But to precipitate a "here we go again" from your lips, we would be sure it was not the first time. Deduction, you see, my dear fellow.
Okay. I guess we're just never gonna know about his hair. The mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up.
We ought to give it back to him, I suppose.
But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself.
But isn't he your best friend?
Oh, we have a kettle now. I don't think this was here before. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Okay, we've gone through this. Yeah. I don't think anything has changed. Yeah, okay, we've gone through that. Maybe there's something different on the blackboard today? This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look.
Cheap apples at the market is what all of them says.
What? The little figures can speak.
All your questions would be answered if only you would read this month's Rants magazine.
So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna examine any more of this room then. Very unfortunate. I still hope to learn about his sudden change in hair color. Okay, I don't think there's anything upstairs for us. No. I don't think the dialogue will be any different either. Or maybe Susato's desk now that she's back.
My desk is just as it was before I left.
Sumi ink and a calligraphy brush, even though we're in England now. That strikes me as typically you, Miss Susato, and typically not you at the same time.
Well, I do enjoy all the wonderful new things to come out of the West in the Cultural Revolution, of course. But I'm not ready to give up my brush just yet.
And anyway, Susato-san can write more neatly with a brush than most people can with a pen.
Practice makes perfect, as they say.
Your room across the hall is undisturbed, of course. I don't suppose I'd be permitted to see inside now that you're back, though, would I?
You know very well that only Iris is allowed inside.
Yes, I heard you two giggling together in there again last night.
You can visit Mr. Sholmes in his room, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, can I? Last time I did that, he tried to convince me to drink some strange concoction he'd mixed up. Oh my god. Also, we have an ad break in about 5 minutes. I don't think any of this stuff will be different. I mean, I could try the spade one more time. Or is it a shovel? I don't know at this point.
I have an idea. Let's give the implement a name like Professor Hairbrain named his tools.
Oh, I never thought of doing that.
From now on then, let's call it Ryunosuke.
No. It's clearly much more of a Susato. The old argument has taken a new and unexpected turn, it seems. Okay.
The steam is rising gently from the kettle, as always.
Yes, it doesn't feel right somehow unless it is. But the steam has an unusual scent today.
Perhaps the sweet potatoes that I brought back from Japan with me are ready.
Ooh.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, I heard that, you know.
Tears of joy, Miss Susato, from my mouth. The Daruma doll is still winking at me. Look. Wonder when he'll finally get his other eye filled in.
Yes, I wonder.
Well, you should know, Susato-san. I entrusted the task to you.
The truth is, I have already decided when that will be.
What? Really? When?
That's my little secret.
Okay. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in paper as always.
You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses.
But Miss Susato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences.
In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed.
Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Whenever you serve me tea, it always takes me back to Japan.
I know you're not particularly fond of the bitter taste, are you?
I think we've gone through this.
So I do always try to pick out less bitter matcha for you.
She does often serve up an unusually mellow blend, it's true. But the anticipation of the taste in my mouth makes me bitterly worried anyway.
It is very difficult for you, isn't it?
Maybe the aquarium is something different then.
All the sea life seem very contented there, I must say.
I've noticed something recently, actually. The anemones breed at a most extraordinary rate.
Oh, really?
It's a mystery why the whole seabed isn't buried in a mountain of them, actually.
Oh, how splendid! That really is a mystery, isn't it?
I wish there was someone here to explain Susato-san's strange reaction to that. Maybe she just keeps buying them. That could be the mystery. Alright, I suppose it's time to go to Lord Strongheart. Yeah. Ooh, the ads are in like 20-ish seconds.
Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work, thank you. You're welcome, my lord.
What's Lord Van Zeek's doing here?
My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say?
This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension.
My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me.
Oh, no, no. It's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure.
From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here.
Now then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord. I'm right here. Ugh, kill me now.
Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you.
Oh no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature.
If you're sure.
Oop. Okay, ad break has started. I'm starting to feel very sleepy now. But eating a lot of potatoes will do that to you. It was so good though. I think I have like 2nd-degree burns on my tongue, but it was worth it. The dogs are now passed out. Oh, God, I wish to join them. Alright, we still have about 2.5 minutes of ads. I don't know. We have still yet to... Well, I'm assuming somebody's gonna get injured or die. I just don't know who. I don't know if this will be the last we see of Kazuma, or if it'll be the last we see of Barrick. Because what was it? The karma in his last vow, something like that. Now that I think about it, what is it? In less than a week, it will be Christmas. I still have like a few things I need to crochet and figure out. I've been making little presents for people. Also just to practice making stuff. But it's going okay so far. I think one thing that kind of sucks about making doing crafts as presents is that the more you make, the more significant the improvement the more significant the improvements are, or the more noticeable, I should say. So like, it makes me feel a little bit bad because compared to the first one I made, you can tell that it's like not as like good as the later ones I made. But it's okay. I don't think anybody will notice when they receive it. Except this very... someone getting a duder? No! You make me want to crochet like a turd. I think that'd be funny. Just a crochet turd. It's not like it would be difficult to make anyway. But yeah, the very first one I made, it's actually not that bad. I think it's just because I'm not used to this yarn. But we'll have to try again. Okay, ads are done. We can go back.
If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise.
Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly.
As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam.
Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited.
I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeeks. I'll attend at once.
He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he?
I know, but I haven't done anything. Have I?
These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service?
Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Sith.
Ah, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just,
Fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Sith's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further.
It would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me.
Lord Van Zeeks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though, disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday.
Oh! Missing?
What's become of Kazuma-sama now?
Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Grand Exhibition exceeded 30 million.
Oh wow. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world?
As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital of Tokyo is 2 million.
I will be opening the International Oh god.
I'm fighting the yawns.
The International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making, 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries.
Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations.
The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between policing organizations in the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World.
He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something.
You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It's my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So, the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Sith at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. It was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown investigation department.
And can you not do that now?
Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field for a good 10 years, I'd say.
Unintended repercussions of our trial.
We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though.
Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but I won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way.
About Lord Van Zeek's apprentice.
Yes, that came as a surprise to me. I must say that you and he are old friends.
How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zieks in the first place?
It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Oh my. So he stowed away to get here.
He had no papers to identify him, no passport. He was suffering from amnesia, too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zieks. That way I could keep an eye on him.
But then, why the mask?
I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zieks with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice.
Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask.
He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zieks. I have high hopes for his future.
By the way, do you know where he's gone?
No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being.
Oh.
I take it you also didn't know.
I'm being attacked by so many yawns, oh my god.
That the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean.
Kenshin Asogi. Oh, we can ask about him. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was.
Ah yes, Kenshin Asogi. The professor case 10 years ago caused quite a stir here in Britain.
They were such awful murders and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon.
And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then. It can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London.
The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand.
Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause.
What? Supporters of a mass murderer?
The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway.
Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it?
It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Okay, is that all we can ask? I guess so. Man, I'm so sleepy. You can read all of these books even if you're reincarnated 6 times over as a bookworm. Can Lord Strongheart really have read all of these?
Thinking about it. Well, there's studies full of books that look as though they've never been read, too.
Oh, really?
Peddlers of books are forever pushing their wares on him, you see. And I think he's just too kind-hearted to refuse them.
There's a phrase for that in Britain. People would say they saw him coming.
It makes me wonder if perhaps the vast number of books on the shelves in here are a sign of Lord Strongheart's overwhelming kind-heartedness.
I'm not sure you could afford to have a kind heart if you had to keep Lord Van Zieks in line, could you? I think it should still be the same. Nowhere else for us to go though, besides the hotel. Yeah, there's nothing here. These very European suits of armor still glaring at each other across the carpet, I see. In a way, they feel like guardians of the Lord Chief Justice's office. I suppose. They're rather like the lion dogs that guard shrines in Japan, aren't they? Aren't they a bit too human to be called lion dogs? Did you know that it's a dream of mine to keep 2 cats one day? I feel as though we've gone off a bit of a tangent, don't you? Maybe we're supposed to ask Herlock about his hair. He's like nowhere in the room. I can't click on him. Objection! I mean, ho ho ho! Hello, Heimdall! How are you? I am fighting the food coma right now, and like I'm losing so bad. Oh my god! I finally made cottage pie for the first time, and like I am the food coma. Oh my god! I want to sleep so bad. How am I? Yeah, as I said, I'm very sleepy right now. You devoured it? I devoured like 2 slices, which I guess would be a quarter of the pan. I made like, I don't know. I made it and then it was all gone today. Yeah, I had like a whole quarter of that entire pie. It was so good. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I can only go to like 2 places. Well, maybe if I go up here. No. Am I supposed to examine something? Because I've gone through all the dialogue. I can't show anybody anything. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yes. It's not my first time having it, but it was my first time making it. And all my sisters liked it as well. Like, one of them was like inhaling it. It was funny because like the entire time all you could hear was like people eating. There's nothing to look at. I don't know what they want me to do here. It's like, I can't... Just sitting behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think? Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Namahodo? It's such a grand desk. Who, me? No, I don't think so. Oh? Well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing the toilet. You'd have so far to go. Oh my god, this conversation again. I like how they go on those weird tangents. I'm thinking of making an omelet with onion and cheese as well as chanterelles. Oh, do it. That sounds amazing. Okay, we've gone through this dialogue already. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. There's like nowhere I can go, and I'm very confused. Am I like missing something? Okay, I'm gonna go Google this. I'm too small brain right now. Great Ace Attorney Resolve walkthrough. I'm taking you to the kitchen. Woo! Man, it's a bumpy ride here to the kitchen. Alright. What am I supposed to be doing? Ah, okay, there's something I missed at the Sholmes' place. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm supposed to look at this newspaper.
This looks like last week's edition.
What's that article circled in red ink there?
It's an advertisement column. It says, "To the Red-Haired League."
The Redheaded League. What's that?
I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but
There's something on my face. Clearly, this has something to do with that. Lively hair. Okay, and I guess we can present that to Sholmes. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. The Redheaded League. Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learnt to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Let me reset myself quickly. Sorry? In the first instance, a quite indispensable observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? There we go. So what is the Redheaded League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you circled? You noticed it in the paper, then. That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Redheaded League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair.
that doesn't entirely surprise me.
But listen to what the lucky redheads received. Oh, but listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join.
Oh my god, this cheese is in my face.
An unconditional salary of £4 a week.
Oh my, £4 a week?
But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement.
But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case.
You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once.
So will I, just on the off chance.
That might be a stretching point, I think.
The trouble is, I have a fixed number of members, you see.
Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away.
It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes.
So you decided to try to join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened?
A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it.
What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes?
I'm glad you asked, Miss Usato. What you see atop my head is neither dye nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry.
I mean, it does look like his hair has been, like, stained. Because you can see on his hairline and his eyebrows. Chemistry?
I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair flame-like red. Would you like to try it? It would make every hair on your body perfectly crimson.
I thought it worked well for him because he was, like, kind of, like, blonde or, like, he had, like, light hair. I don't know about people with darker hair. I think I'll pass.
But Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Amateurs are always hampered by such fears. Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say? But of course. To earn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger.
That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely.
So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street where the Redheaded League were interviewing prospective new members.
So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk like a Costa's orange barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" So naturally I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair in to the police.
Oh dear, what a disaster. The Hurley and those two redheads.
Oh shit. Aha! Here is my guest now, my latest client, with money to spend.
Ooh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley.
Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating. Save locating a runaway, of course.
Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you?
Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due.
Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, please, please find my husband. He's run away. To upset me? I beg your pardon? Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I didn't say a word.
Come, my dear madam. Be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please.
Of course.
What's the matter, Miss Usato?
Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Well, she was a jury member before.
Yes, now you come to mention it. Oh, this is great. I think I'm past the sleepy phase.
As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure.
Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence.
I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also.
If I might inquire, sir, this gentleman and lady would be...
Oh, me?
What I am about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand?
Those are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me.
I see.
I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing.
Why did I ever get my hopes up? Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps.
Oh my.
I hope she doesn't think I'm hitting on her.
Pshaw! My dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion.
Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
Ah! I knew I recognized her.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly. Sends shivers down my spine.
I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now.
It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean.
Mr. Sholmes, how could you do this to me? Pardon?
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more.
Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much.
I believe it would be prudent of you to sit quietly in the corner.
Yes.
Tell us about your husband, madam.
Mr. Vigil, mine daily, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here.
Oh, wow.
An unremarkable gentleman. By appearance, at least.
He just called him, like, not handsome.
How long have you been married?
It will be 15 years this year.
Wow.
We have a cordial relationship. My husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably.
As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things.
Oh gosh.
Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct?
That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other.
Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will?
What exactly is your husband's line of work?
He's a warder at the prison.
Guard. That is somewhat unusual. Man. Okay, so he's not the warden, right? But like just a regular guard? I didn't know they made so much.
So, your husband is a prison warder.
That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder.
Okay, that makes sense then why he has so much money.
Indeed, I see. Well, Chief Prison Warden, it certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation.
Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out.
Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishment?
And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he's remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors.
Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes.
Really, Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it.
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery.
That's where the professor was buried, wasn't it? No. Lowgate Cemetery. The very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable.
Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable.
Oh man, I hope her husband's not dead.
Sorry, Mr. Sholmes. I'm afraid you've lost me.
Pay no heed, madam, pay no heed. A private matter.
This can't really be a coincidence, can it? Hello, Muzelia. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to? Did you have a good stream? Oh, you're playing The Walking Dead Season 1. Hell yeah. Love that game. Haven't played it myself personally, but I've watched a few playthroughs. And yeah, the story is very nice. Oh, thank you for the follow. I don't know how to pronounce the first part. I'm gonna go with Cybrat. Cybrat? I don't know. Hello, William. How are you doing? But yeah, did you get very far? Oh, you barely started it? See, part of me wants to play it, but like, I'm not good at like choices matter games, like, because I'm very indecisive, especially because they have consequences. Leah's nickname is Miss Cheese. Is it because she likes cheese? You won't survive the choices? I know I won't. Like, I am terrible at like living with my consequences. Don't trust William? Oh man. But yes, welcome. We are in the... I guess we also pretty much just started the 4th episode in this game. Right now, this lady has come in about her missing husband. But yeah, how many... It's the truth? The Miss Cheese? But yeah, season 1 is, Season 1 of The Walking Dead. That's the one with, like, Lee, right? And then, I guess, is season 2 the one with Clementine, I think? Is that how they named it? It's weird with all the seasons, yeah. But yeah, I think I'll just stick with watching people play so I don't have to worry about choosing. And that way, if something gets fucked up, it's not my problem. Because yeah, it gives me such terrible anxiety to not know what's gonna happen. They give you a time limit? That's right, they do give you a time limit. And sometimes it's not even long enough that will like sometimes the time limit's not enough to read all your choices sometimes. She'll just roast you for your poor choice. See, the thing is I kind of like have to like, I'm a little bit nosy, so I have to look on the wiki to see what all the choices do. But yeah, because I know I partially also don't want to do The Walking Dead just because I'm a little squeamish when it comes to zombies. But I know one game that I kind of was thinking of playing was like, I think The Wolf Among Us. Because that's another game that was made by, I think, the same company. But I think maybe that one I could live with my choices, maybe. You spoil it for yourself? I mean, that's what I was trying to do. Love Wolf Among Us? I think it was like a free Epic game at one point, so like I snatched it up. And so it's just like sitting in my library. But I think maybe that one I would be fine with making decisions, maybe. Worth a playthrough? Okay. I think I've watched a playthrough. I don't really remember anything that happens though. Maybe just like near the very end a little bit. William still going with that cheese propaganda. Never heard of it? I'm gonna look into it. Really? Because what was the company name? I think it was like Telltale? The only games I really know them for is Walking Dead, Wolf Among Us, and then that Borderlands game they made. I never watched a full playthrough of that Borderlands game. So I don't know if it's any good or not. Oh! They made a Game of Thrones one. Huh, that's interesting. I've never heard of it. The cheese slander? Because I got distracted and redeemed a different thing that I wanted and she won't let it go. Oh man. Well, if we're talking about actual cheese, I think I have a cheese redeemed somewhere. There's a reason you haven't heard of it? Is it not good? Oh dear. Yeah, because I've literally What? There is a Wolf Among Us too? Home? Wow. Is it already out or is it just the trailer? Oh, it's already been out? What? Oh, okay, 2024. Interesting. Interesting. Okay then. Well, at some point I'm gonna have to play number 1. Not out yet, but soon. Yeah, it says it takes place 6 months after the first game. I was counting the bonks, but I accidentally redeemed headpad. Oops. But yeah, even on their on the website, they're like, I don't think not all of their games are listed on the game page. Unless this isn't the company I'm thinking of. I don't know. They have the Wolf Among Us, but it's not. Was it a different company that did Walking? I'm confused. No! Why am I being bunked? I was drawing and that's why it happened. Happens to the best of us. Oh, those commands are for the mods. Otherwise, everything is channel point redeems. Okay, but why does nobody talk about the Game of Thrones Telltale? Is it bad? Like, I literally can't... What is this? 2014? I'm sad. Ah! But yeah, I need to do a cleanup soon of my channel point redeems. And then like replace them with like maybe newer stuff. Cause it was mid. I mean, it seems mostly positive on Steam is what it says. I wonder if it would be more funnier for someone who's never watched Game of Thrones to play it. Like, as someone who has no idea of any of the context to just play this game. I feel like that would, like, upset some people. I've never watched Game of Thrones and my only interaction with Game of Thrones was, like, the Telltale game. Could you imagine? Telltale went under and got revived, and Wolf Among Us 2 is few of the first coming out for them. Ah, okay. Yeah, because I did remember hearing about them going under. The game is not based on the show. Oh, really? Huh. It's based on the books. And loosely at that. Oh. Oh, so I guess kind of like The Walking Dead, right? Because The Walking Dead wasn't close to the show at all. It was like the setting, and then they had their own characters. Is it time to fall? Fall for what? Alright, we need to get back to asking this lady about her missing husband. Basically, what we've learned is that her husband is, like, on the ground? I don't understand the context of that. I can lift myself and fall, though. But yeah, basically, this lady's husband works at the prison, like, he's, like, the chief prison warder or something. And I think what that means is, like, he has to carry out the executions. And, like, sometimes he'll, like, stay a night or two at the prison, but he's been, like, gone for a while. I always ask to fall on the ground. Why? Why do you wish to fall on the ground? Are you currently levitating? So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing? In chaos? And same with the cheese?
Please, try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
I'm sorry. Yesterday. That really is recent. Laughably so.
The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Taylor.
Oh man. Not the ice cream dance. I did fix the camera position, so I'm not like... I'm kind of standing at the bottom of the screen now.
Whatever can have happened?
My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police?
Oh, why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for one day.
Shiro loves that dance. That he does. It's a great dance though, I don't blame him.
I was asked to wait patiently at home.
In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. It is a great dance. The subtle skill needed to do it is not for the faint of heart, right? You gotta time your hands and your legs right. At least it's not twerking. Oh, the amount of trauma I put on myself trying to imagine my model twerking.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it.
Oh, you have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention.
You seek only to put this sweet's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. I mean, can you blame him?
Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir.
Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes.
Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession.
Why do I feel like he's gonna be like the person we find dead?
Thank you. Now allow me to show you the door.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of day tomorrow. If by the time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. The omelet actually turned out good? I mean, what was it? Eggs, cheese, and like mushrooms? That sounds good to me. I realized the sound from the game sounded familiar. Which sound? Like the little sound as the text goes? I can't remember if I read this line.
Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case?
Yes. My hearing is surprisingly good, actually.
Excellent. And what did you make of it?
Yeah, I really like the sound. Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Oh, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney? Yeah. I mean, this is the Great Ace Attorney, so like, timeline-wise, this takes place before Phoenix Wright. Basically, we're playing as like Phoenix's ancestor right now.
Ah, so you noted that.
Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. But yeah, I did finish Phoenix Wright before moving on to this one. And, well, I guess when Apollo Justice comes out, we'll see how I feel if I want to buy it.
Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of the condemned convicts.
Oh, thank you for the follow, William. Will I now be subjected to cheese slander? Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. Professor. I'm heading out because it's 12 a.m. No worries, have a good sleep. Thank you for coming with the raid.
And now a ward from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem.
It's all very peculiar.
Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry?
Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried.
But aren't you going to go yourself?
Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair.
No, because your name doesn't sound like mozzarella. That's fair. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair?
That was a quite different matter. So, I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy.
Of course you are. Alright, to the prison it is. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Huh. That is an interesting clock. Be careful not to accidentally stick your finger there, or, you know, anything else you would want to stick into a hole.
This place is... Oh my god, why am I country? This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot... Oh. This place is full of hardened criminals. I can't remember the last time a civilian was down here. I don't know what accent. You did not want to talk to an inmate, but to me. Ow! You ken who I am? I'm a governor, Barry Caden.
Yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Yunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer.
And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean?
Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan.
Japan? Did you say Japan?
Yes?
There's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh?
Okay, I think he's supposed to be, like, Irish or Scottish or something. I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Also, that is such a tiny cage for a bird. I feel quite bad for it. It's like just big enough for its body. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about...
I didn't like to be so direct, but... No intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners. I'll get out of my hair.
So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. Think so too. 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison.
I might have known. You're sniffing around about that case, aren't you? You're agents, eh? Part of the Professor's great web, no doubt.
No, not at all. We're just...
Get going with ya, before I punch your lights out.
We're going. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden. What are you thinking, Miss Susato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned it might have some idea to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Okay, he's not gonna talk. Was it the hotel? Also, the ads are gonna start soon. Ah, yes, okay. Susato's dad? That's Professor Mikotoba over there.
Hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked.
But where's Judge Jigoku?
Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs.
Having only just arrived in the country today. Goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before. About how you'd known the prisoner governor at Barclay Prison.
Oh, Governor Caden, you mean?
Oh, the ads have started. Alright, we're gonna wait. Okay, I have a sneaking suspicion that it's Mr. Vigil we're going to find who's like dead. Or I'm gonna hope he's not dead because I don't know what's gonna happen to his wife then. I guess supposedly, I mean, I don't know if she loved him or not. They were married for like 15 years though. So at the very least, she must like him. But yeah, I suppose she could just go and marry off another man, huh? Because, you know, if her husband's dead, then there's like no one left to bring in the money. I'm currently eating some Skittles. Maybe in the future I should buy a big bag. Although considering how I still have my Tootsie Rolls, probably not. Oh. I was walking through the store today. And obviously because it's like close to Christmas, they have all their like holiday chocolates and candies out. I found... Because those chocolate oranges, those Terry's oranges, this always sounds so weird when I say it like that or when I Google them. I found different kinds. I found there was like what, dark chocolate, white chocolate. I found one with popping candy. And were it not for like the $7 price tag, I would have probably bought them. But yeah, they were going for like $6-7 and I was not going to pay that much for a chocolate orange. And just to be sure, I went and Googled on Amazon to see how much they went for there. And Amazon sells them for like $5, so I was like, nope, not gonna buy them. But from what I can remember from the one time I had them, they were nice. Does anyone else arrange their Skittles by color and eat them like that, or is it mostly just me? Could mostly just be me, I don't know. Like if you're going to give me a candy with different colors, you're gonna expect me to like organize them into groups. What was the yeet for? Alright, we are back from the ads. So it is the same man. For anyone who got the ads before we came to this part, because I know sometimes there's a delay. Basically, Susato's dad knows the what was he again? The prison governor, yeah. Susato's dad knows the prison governor.
Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners.
Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story.
Oh, would you? That would be wonderful, if you have time now.
Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment.
What, reading the newspaper? Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? Is it settee or settee? Settee. I think it's settee, right? Settee? I don't know. What is English anymore?
Now, I've rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know.
Sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or can it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts?
Let's not fall out now. I have an idea.
Is he gonna write a letter? Yeah, I hear pen scritches. What's he writing on that piece of paper?
Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune.
Thank you.
Good luck then.
Alrighty. Prison governor's office? Is that supposed to be a little, like, badge of iron bars on his collar there? Now that I think about it, his belt buckle looks the same too. I actually want to look at this. Is it weird that I feel like this picture is like oddly intimate? I don't know. Maybe it's because he's like looking directly at. Maybe he's looking directly forward. Maybe that's why it makes me so uncomfortable. But yeah, I can't look at this. Maybe it's just my thing with eye contact. I just can't look at him for very long. And this is the newspaper. To the Red-Headed League, on account of the bequest of the late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, PA, USA. There is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. By in person on the morning of the 31st at the Lord's Park on Lime Street. I wonder what they have people do. Okay, what does the rest of this newspaper? Because if they had a sense of humor, they would put something funny here, but I don't think so. No, everything else looks like proper newspaper. Some potential cholera epidemic, though. Yeah, nothing funny, sadly. What does this say, though? Can I look at it? My glasses are very dirty. I need to clean them later. Professor Mikotoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he'd at least called you a nice young man. I'm really not sure that would help. Alright, we're gonna give it to this guy now. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden.
What's this then? Can it pull the wool over my eyes? You good for nothing Japanese student? Mikotoba. That young jock from the forensic laboratory. That Mikotoba.
Yes, exactly. Him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Mikotoba's daughter, Susato.
Strings, you're the young man's daughter. And you didn't think to mention that afore.
I do apologize.
Aye, well, you best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? I didn't forget to try one of these wee hand-cut biscuits.
That was just so cute. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
So then, what can I do for you, hen?
Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing.
Missing?
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
never heard of nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Oh. But how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder.
Eh? Vigil?
That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
Aye, of course.
Okay, I'm assuming he's supposed to be like Scottish or something, but I don't know how to do an accent. I haven't listened to it enough. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison.
Aye, that he was.
Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt to boot it. Is a fine warder. Hello, Zero. How are you doing? Oh! Is that your little... Ah, that is the emote for the Twitch raid. Ah! Not the cheese. Hello. Welcome. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Oh my god. Lethal Company, how fitting. But yeah, how many days did you manage to go before being ejected? Were you playing with a lot of people again? $11 people? Oh my goodness. I don't even want to imagine how chaotic it would be with like 20 people. 8 people died to the bees. Rest in peace, our fallen co-workers. I have yet to successfully, was it because they were trying to capture a beehive, or what were they doing for 8 people to die to the bees? Unless it wasn't all at once. And it was spread out over like a few days. Oh, okay, they were trying to get 3 beehives. From what I hear, they're very expensive. At the same time, oh man, that's like 3 swarms of bees trying to go after you. And they put them inside, and then the bees got angry and came in. That was a lot of milk? Yes. Oh no! I accidentally skipped. That's why I should go into the menu. I've yet to successfully steal a beehive. Mostly because I just mind my own business, I guess. But yeah, I don't think I've touched Lethal Company since that one time I played it. Ow! What was that bonk for? Can I not make puns? This is outrageous. I'm being censored. So what if my dad jokes are not funny? I'm allowed to make them. The puns are good, yes. You're telling me they're bad? They're supposed to be bad. What do you mean they're supposed to be good? Thank you for the gifted sub, Zero. But yeah, I'm trying to think about what would be next for Lethal Company. What would they add? Oh my god. Did you hear about that butt plug mod? I'm thinking about it now. Oh my god. I don't know how it works, but it exists, and I think that's so funny. You didn't hear about it? There is like a mod that like syncs the game to your butt plug. And like, I don't know the exact workings of it, but it's a mod. And it sounds really funny. Oh, I'm kind of curious as to how it works. Yeah, lethal vibrations. Let me see. How does this work? Like, I'm not like, how does it know when to? Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at it and I don't quite see like how does it, like, when is it supposed to vibrate? In the words of Todd Howard, it just works. I mean, I guess. I'm sending that to a few people I know. Spread the what is it? Spread the gospel of the lethal vibrations. But yeah, when you get ass fucked by the monsters, maybe. Could you imagine? What if it, like, it's a proximity thing, and like the closer you are to a hostile, the more it vibrates? Somebody write that shit down. Somebody yeah, I don't think there's anything in here that like tells you how it works, but it just does. You know what? 3,800 people have downloaded this mod, which means 3,800 people have used butt plugs while playing Lethal Company. Assumedly. I will follow the monsters around if that was the case. Oh my god. A new meaning of adrenaline junkie. But yeah, I guess the only way to find out how this thing works is to download it. I don't know what that emote is for. I don't own a butt plug. God, could you imagine someone bought me one though? Just for that. But yeah, why does nothing say what happened? Oh, okay. Okay, I found it. What makes it vibrate? Oh, that emote was not for you? Okay. Okay, so it vibrates when you die, when you get damaged, and when you deal damage. And then there's like a couple of other things that... Oh my god, when you charge an item, when the screen shakes, and then walkie-talkie. That's hilarious. It would be really suspicious if you had everybody download this mod and then suddenly a whole bunch of people are charging their flashlights. So when the shift takes off, yeah, when the shift takes off, everybody is taking off. I'm gonna be dying a lot just saying, oh my god. Hey, why do you think that one guy keeps dying? And then every time he dies, you just hear, ah! Man, oh my god. That's gonna live in my brain for a little bit, isn't it? It's so cursed, I hate it. But it's so funny at the same time. Alright. We were in the middle of talking to this guy. He's the prison governor, and some lady came to Sholmes about her husband being missing, and he supposedly works here. And so we were sent here to investigate. And why us and not Sholmes? Well, I don't know if it shows here. Oh, it doesn't show here, but Sholmes ended up dyeing his hair red, and he doesn't want to be seen in public with his red hair. Anyways, I accidentally skipped some text. Where were we? Ah, yes. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder. Sorry, did you say was? Aye. He does no work here no more. He left the job. I don't know how to do a Scottish accent, by the way. Can't be obscene in public, no. Oh man, could you imagine, like, playing Lethal Company at like an internet cafe with the butt plug mod? Oh man. The what? The internet cafe. Is that a thing? I think that's the thing in most countries. And then you got your lethal vibration set up. I tell you, someone's done that. Somebody's done that. I can guarantee it. People are freaky like that. Somebody's done it. And several people and several times too, yeah. Lethal Company collab, except everybody has a butt plug. I think that would be interesting. Especially if you have the one with the screen shake enabled. Oh my. When was this exactly? There's the question. When was it about? Can it have been much less than 10 years ago now? 10 years? Bro, what? Mrs. Vigil said her husband worked here and that he was compensated a lot for his job, and that's why they're so well off. Oh, boo-boo, your husband is into some shady things. I know they're married, but like they look so like they could pass as siblings, and it makes, oh man, it's that phenomenon. Are they dating or are they siblings? That's such a weird phenomenon. Cheeky gameplay. I read your typo as Shrekky gameplay. Because I think, isn't there a mod that, I don't know, there's probably a mod that like replaces one of the monsters with Shrek, I'm sure. Or any company? Oh my god. It's like Lethal Company, but all the monsters try to seduce you. I feel like if you developed a little bit more on that concept, it could become a decent game. I was trying to do your job, but all these monsters are trying to seduce you, but you gotta like make money and get back to your ship before midnight, but these monster girls won't leave you alone. That's a big money idea right there. There's one that makes a bracken MJ. When he snaps your neck, it'll say Oh my god. We'll be seeing many Lethal Company clones very soon. Oh, no doubt about it. It's like when Among Us came out. I mean, I don't know, because I never browsed any of the games, but I know there was like that other one that was like very similar. It was like what, like Duck Duck Goose? Or was it Goose Goose Duck? I don't remember. Anyway, but yeah, there were like a lot of games that were similar to that because Among Us made it very popular. That would be hilarious. I can just imagine the lines being told to the players to seduce them. Yes. I think it would make for interesting gameplay. But yeah, I think Heimdall, you said both when I mentioned that they look like they're married, but they look like siblings. Oh god, you know what? I mean, in the time period we're in, I don't was when was incest a thing that society frowned upon? Like, when did that start? I don't remember. I don't know. There's a mod where the monsters copy your voice. I think it's called Skinwalkers. Yes. Yes, I saw that. That would be so scary. Hold it. How's it going? Hello, Objection. It's going good. We are in the middle of the 4th episode of this game, which is technically the 2nd game in the Ace Attorney Chronicles. So we're actually kind of near the end, if you think about it. But how are you doing? We are currently just talking a little bit about Lethal Company, though. But yes, if I had to say, I would say, like, anything that mimics people's voices is, like, pretty high up on my list of monsters I would be afraid of. It's just, it's so creepy to think about. Anyways, he worked at this prison 10 years ago, so what is he doing now? What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago. As I minded. Again, I've never heard the fella's name in all that time. It's a worry if he's gone missing, though. But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. In the Apollo Justice Trilogy waiting room, what about you? I haven't decided if I want to buy it just yet. Cause I know you can, what was it? You can, like, what is the word I'm looking for? You can, like, pre-purchase it or whatever it was. Right now, I do definitely want to play the Apollo Justice Trilogy. I just don't know if I'm willing to pay that amount of money. Pre-order, that's the word. Yeah, pre-order. I just don't know if I want to, like, drop that much money for a game right now. I mean, I'm sure there's other ways I could get my hands on it, but then, like, what about my dinky little achievements? How else will I have a little badge that says I clicked on all the ladders, you know? Sucks it doesn't have pre-order bonuses. I'm not sure what they would offer as pre-order bonuses. But yeah, there was because there's also other games in the Ace Attorney series, but I don't think they're on PC. Or I don't know about any other console. I know some of them exist on the mobile store though. So I was considering using, like, some sort of, like, emulator and just buying them off the Google Play Store. No reason to rush buying the game because no pre-order bonuses. That's true. I might wait a while to see how much it'll go on sale for. Give me an attorney's badge clip-on. Oh man, if that was a pre-order bonus. The only games Capcom has left to port are the 2 Edgeworth games and the crossover with Layton. I don't know about the crossover, but I think the Edgeworth games were the ones I was looking at. Because I found it very intriguing, the concept of playing as Edgeworth. But yeah, I was considering just, emulating it. I don't know if they would ever remake those Edgeworth games, or if they would just simply port them over. Right, where were we? I like the first one? Oh, really? I'm assuming you mean the Edgeworth games. But yeah, I saw some, like, reviews of people talking about, like, the interactions you see between Edgeworth and Gumshoe, and, you know, I love Gumshoe. Who knows, maybe they give him a 3rd game? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what the premise of the Edgeworth games are, so I wouldn't know what reason they would have to make a third one. I don't remember the timeline anymore. I think the Edgeworth games take place right after Phoenix Wright, if I recall correctly. I think. I don't remember very well. But I think. Sounds like this is getting a third game also. Really? I mean, I quite like Great Ace Attorney. I'm also extremely biased towards Sholmes, so that might be why. I think perhaps Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here?
That's important, is it?
Cries and Gumshoe. I miss him. I miss my big bimbo. Big himbo. Big himbo. My brain wanted to do an alliteration there. I miss my big himbo baby. I hope he and Maggie are happy. Him and Maggie are so cute, honestly. And hopefully this time her boyfriend doesn't die, because her boyfriend would be Gumshoe and I'd be extremely upset. We all heard it? My little slip up? Give me a Sholmes game? Oh man. I feel like a Sholmes game would be so chaotic. Because the thing is, Ryunosuke is always there to correct his deductions. But if you play as just Sholmes, who is there to correct you? Like, you... Because the thing with Sholmes is he almost never arrives at the correct conclusion. His daughter? I guess you would have Iris correct him. Yeah, that's true. Oh, Gumshoe. Yeah, we all miss him. I don't suppose he shows up in Apollo Justice, does he? It's okay, I'll get my fill of him whenever I play the Edgeworth games. Or, yeah, I don't know who would correct, I guess it would have to be Iris. I can't really think of anybody else. If you're excluding, like, Ryunosuke. Oh? Well, because the other person I was thinking of is maybe Gina. That could work. Maybe. Because I was thinking maybe, like, Greg, but, you know, Greg doesn't really work. Greg kind of hates Sholmes, so... I take it? Yeah. Where are my Great Ace Attorney games at? Why haven't they made this yet? Alright. Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Huh? Gina and her puppy? Oh my god, you're so right. Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. That is a suspicious timeline. Gina and her puppy, like, top tier characters. Like, Gina was already great, but like they gave her a puppy and now she's like shot up to the top of my list, so. I think that's great though. Gina has her puppy, Iris has Wagahai, you know? Puppy powers, exactly. Puppy powers is that anything you add a puppy to, it just instantly becomes even better. Okay, what happened 10 years ago? If he worked here 10 years ago, that would mean that Mr. Vigil would technically have been the person who had executed the professor, I think. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job?
Actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter.
You mean he was dismissed? I'm seeing this man's back a lot. It makes me wonder about that little, scar, I guess, on his head, on the back of his head. Looks like stitch marks.
It was after a particular walk.
Sorry? A walk?
Aye, that's our word for it in here. A walk to the gallows.
And an execution.
It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions you see.
Oh, thank you for the lurk, Zero. Enjoy your food or have fun cooking. I did a lot of cooking today. It was worth it though. Put myself into a food coma for a little bit.
Only Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warder.
I don't know what I'm doing anymore with my tongue. Don't clip that. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warder
to be relieved of his post.
But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I wouldn't make anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal?
And what would that be, Anne?
That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I'm no at liberty to answer that.
I see.
Okay, Mikotoba.
My father came to Britain all these years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted.
The dead room, prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses.
Why am I suddenly Russian?
Fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you can?
Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of St. Sinners. It's still in use today.
St. Sinners? That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. You've been there. Oh, that's right. That's where, Dr. Sith worked.
Mikotoba and I have used to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms.
For more fresh material, I suppose.
Aye, and we used to sit in here for hours and gab on about dissection and all sorts.
Oh, it takes me back.
Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course.
The cuff biscuits are so cute. How charming. You know what? They're great, though. It's a great shape. You can hold one of the cuffs and then dip the other in your tea if you want, or just simply bite it.
He was a good fella, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese.
Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose.
Well,
it's on his back too. That little iron bar symbol.
I cannot tell you anything else.
Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, One moment before you're away, Hen.
He's got an axe strapped to his thigh? What? Are you guys seeing this? He has a literal axe strapped to his... wow, I wish I was that cool.
I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison.
What is it?
That's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course.
Oh my, are you sure?
Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's no the original mind.
Thank you very... Whoa. Either I was hallucinating or the lights flickered for a second. Maybe a little bit of both. Thank you very much, Governor Caden.
Well, in return. Do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed.
Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Vigil. What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Ooh, I wanted to look around in his room. First of all, this poor bird. Maybe it's not even alive. Maybe it's taxidermized, maybe? Look, we have an opportunity here now while the governor is away. Maybe I should have examined the room while he was still here. Mr. Naruhodo, you could be imprisoned if you were caught. That's a good point. Perhaps not then. There must have been some dialogue about this poor bird and like wanting to free it. I didn't think he would leave the room. I thought I would be able to examine it after talking to him. Whoops. And it's like far too late to go back in my saves because I didn't save at all. That's okay. Oh. Oh, we literally can't look at anything. Maybe it's the same if he was here. Maybe we wouldn't have been able to look at anything anyway. That's too bad. Like, his room has many interesting objects I would like to look at. Okay. Not the court record. I want to go back to, where is it? I want to go back to the suite. We're back! I don't know who that is.
Hello, you two.
Oh, it's Iris.
I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all.
Huh, so that's what the delicious smell is. Ah!
Greetings, my dear fellows. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating.
Your hair! Is there a blue-haired league now? Blue-headed league? Man, he was red before and I was kind of digging it, but like the blue just does not look good on him. Cause like red he was okay with, but like blue, I don't know, it just doesn't work for Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? If it was darker, yeah, I think if it was darker, it might work better.
Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application.
Oh my.
Pray, tell me, what of our water friend? Have you garnered some new information?
Yes. It's something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. Oh. Give me like 2 seconds to open the window a little. I think the dogs are overheating a little. Actually, what time is it? It's okay. Oh no. Sorry. I pushed the door. We're not going outside. I accidentally woke one of them up with the bells. I have bells attached to the door. And I shake it every time before we go outside, so she thought we were going out. I'm just trying to lower the temperature in my room. I don't know how you're so warm. I wish I could, like, maintain that much body heat. Thank you to whoever invented hot water bottle. I need to go dig mine out of storage. I mean, it's technically right there. But yeah, I do miss sleeping with a hot water bottle. It was always so cozy. Have you okay, I'm gonna try not to go too much on a tangent, but like, I saw those like really long ones and I kind of wanted one. I considered it, but I didn't get it. Because I think I was walking through Costco and I saw it. But yeah, it's just a hot water bottle, but long. Not like your entire body long, but it's pretty long. But yeah, that was a very tempting purchase. Okay, what has Sholmes done? Oops. I didn't realize that one was going to be timed. It most certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that... Sholmes! Oh, it's Gina. What's wrong? Drop everything, Sholmes. This is more important. Gina? I can't... I don't believe it. Oh, Gina? What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. Poor Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? The boss is... He's dead. What? What? Nah! You can't tell me they just killed my man Gregson like that. Oh. Fuck. God damn. Leave me to my grief. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I haven't passed into the stage of acceptance yet. Oh, man. What? Of all the people, I wasn't expecting Gregson. This is extremely more upsetting when you know that he was supposed to, like... I think, like, where was it? Paris? I think he was supposed to be, like, relocated to Paris soon, and he was gonna take Gina with him. God, man. What? They just found his body shot with a pistol. What? But Inspector Gregson? He was murdered?
No, not Grexy.
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story.
What the fuck? No! I'm still reeling from this. Oh my god, what? It's like when I... Okay, it's not as shocking as when Kazuma supposedly died, I'll be honest. Yeah, it is exactly that. Oh my god. Remember when this happened, I was so shocked. Oh man. It's like... It's one of the last people you would expect to have died. Like, holy shit. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... He was really shot.
I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene.
Where did this take place?
The rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street.
The outskirts of town. Nowhere near his home. Was perhaps investigating a case then.
The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case round there.
Oh, that's strange.
The boss was... He was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but... One day I was gonna show him. I was gonna show him I became a proper detective. No, Jenny.
So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is?
They got him already.
Already? They've caught the shooter so soon.
A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him.
Ooh, what awful person did this?
I still can't believe it myself.
Gina?
It was the Reaper.
What? No. Oh? Wait a minute. You don't mean... They've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it?
That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss.
No. Lord Van Zeeks. Oh man, they just pulled an Edgeworth on us again. Wait, is it exactly gonna be like Edgeworth?
Are you quite sure, Mr. Strahd? It's Beric Van Zeeks the police have arrested.
I saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard.
I don't believe it.
But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him.
So you mean there were actual multiple witnesses?
They heard the gunshot, apparently. And when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room.
But there's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either.
Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come in all, as soon as you can. You've got to help.
Damn.
It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves.
Mr. Sholmes.
What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, How could I let this happen to Gregson?
Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations.
Of course, yes. We will too.
It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later, then.
Inspector Gregson, dead, and Lord Van Zeek's arrested.
No, Susie, I called you a handsome. It's waiting outside.
Thanks, Cyrus. Shall we, Miss Susato?
Yes.
Well, damn, what the fuck?
Okay, we're doing this.
It still hasn't set in that he's gone. Who will obnoxiously eat fish and chips now? Well, you know what? He only ever had chips. I like how he's just supposedly calmly reading by the candlelight. There he is. Lord Van Zeek's behind bars. So it's true. He really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zeek's!
Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be with the last person on Earth I'd like to see.
I couldn't very well not come. You heard what happened? That Inspector Gregson was...
Happy you are really killing the vibe right now.
Trying to be sad and she's growling.
Hi, Boo Boo. You wanna go outside?
We'll see. Ad break is in like 2 minutes, so. Are you eating chips right now? Oh my god, that reminds me. There's like, there's tortilla chips that I've been meaning to open up and eat. I just haven't gotten around to it. I wish, so you're not sad.
Go home. This has nothing to do with you.
But
Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please.
There's really nothing I can tell you.
What were you reading at the back of the cell there? I need to get my doity chips? Go get your doity chips. Even better if you have salsa. Was it something related to the case?
This. The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance.
Oh, who might that be?
Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Hairbrain.
Oh, Albert! Of course, yes. I keep forgetting they went to the same university.
And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know?
Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zeeks never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Okay, well, ads are gonna start soon. So maybe we'll wait to ask him something. I will probably use this ad break to go to the bathroom. Still feeling full, so I don't think I'll be getting anything to eat. Man, that shepherd's pie was really filling. I did also eat quite a bit, so... What was it? The recipe I made filled up like a 9x13 pan quite nicely, and I ate like a quarter of that, so... Yeah. Stretch? I could stretch. Aw, man. No cracks. I will stretch properly when I get up from my chair, but I was hoping to have like a neck crack. But I didn't, and so now it's not very satisfying. Okay, I will be back. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Because I think it's been maybe 2-ish hours since I've gone, so. When you go and get some tortilla chips? I don't, man, if I was in the snacking mood, I would go get some. Maybe next time. Maybe later. What is it? It's like 10:30 almost for me. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. What? What happened? I literally only left for like a minute. I leave for 2 seconds and everything is in chaos. Maybe I should have more chaotic redeems. I need to brainstorm some ideas. Oh, you know what? I should clean my glasses. Hold on. Because right now I can barely see through them. I probably should clean these more often, but I normally just clean them like once a day. Alright. I think that's good. If they made glasses that never smudged or got dirty, I would pay so much money. Well, I guess they're called eyeballs with good vision. Something I'm too poor to afford right now. One day, maybe, probably. I think most likely I'll go through with LASIK one day. Okay, I think that's it. Why does cleaning glasses have to be so difficult sometimes? I think I got it, and then there's like a little smudge in the corner that mocks me. There we go. Eyeballs with good vision? What is that? I don't know. Does anybody? I love my glass eyes. Oh, man, that reminds me of that one guy who like, instead of like a glass eye or something like that, he like, or maybe it is a glass eye, but like he basically turned his like prosthetic eye into like a flashlight. That one was cool. Alright, the ads are finished. Time to go back. We were about to ask Van Zeeks about his letter. Also about just what happened in general, I think. Maybe I should invest in an electric blanket. Because right now I have just a heating pad and sometimes it works. But like other times when you want like a bigger coverage, it's not good for that. Funny lawyer game? Yes, one of the funniest in my opinion. Hello. Oh, Cloudster the Greatest. How are you doing today? Have you played this? This is the 4th episode of the 2nd game. Although, I guess if you played the game, you can kind of tell where I am at. Considering that Von Zieks is in... Von Zieks. Yeah, Von Zieks is in jail. Oh, it is Van Zieks, Van Zieks. I played the normal Ace Attorney. I think the first one, I think. Do you mean the first game of this, or do you mean like Phoenix Wright? Because I know that's the one that most people have played. The reason I say 2nd game is because Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is like... It's basically 2 games packaged into one. Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I like Phoenix Wright. I think the characters in this game, though, are definitely... I don't know how to put it. They're definitely a lot more eccentric. I actually bought popcorn since you reminded me of it. Haven't eaten popcorn in half a year. That is a that is... No, I could not go that long without popcorn. Listen, as long as you have a pot, just buy yourself the biggest container of kernels you can, and then just, you know, every now and then, whenever you want popcorn, just make a little bit. It's really easy. That's what I do. And then I also share a little bit with the dogs. They also seem to like popcorn. Although I think they just like it when they get to eat something I'm eating. Can you tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zieks? What happened? Also, Cloudster, I hope I'm not spoiling anything, or I hope it doesn't matter too much to you if you haven't played this game or haven't seen anyone play this, so it's okay? Alright.
How much do you already know?
We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street. That you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room, and that some witnesses heard the gunshot.
Then you're well informed.
One of the dogs tooted again. Thank God the window was open and so was the door.
There's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself.
Oh. But the gunshot. Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you?
I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers.
So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
I don't need to answer that.
Oh.
After all, you're not representing me.
Oh, but I will be. He's going to need a lawyer, though. Who's going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zieks?
Anyone other than you, I should imagine.
Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet?
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reapers, I'm sure you know.
But this is different.
In my career, of all the defendants I prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now.
Surely not.
I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole.
But you didn't actually have anything to do with these people's deaths, did you?
It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that.
What does he mean by that? After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought.
It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper.
Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean?
Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day.
Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. And so, Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now.
He is. So, it appears our conversation has run dry.
There was a 2-second silence, that's all.
Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you.
I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you.
You trust me, do you?
Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly.
It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one.
What?
Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you, Nipponese.
But please!
I have no intention of engaging your services.
The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I think I need some water.
I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time.
Thank you for the head pets. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. I mean, I can't. Okay. Oh, I can't do anything. Okay. Oh, Fresno Street Room. Wow. This is oh. This is interesting. This is like investigation board. I don't know what they're called. No way. There's a red-haired wig on the floor. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes. The police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I mean, one of their own just died, so... I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. I mean, he had blue hair. I don't know if he would want to go outside like that. Although Gregson was quite important to him. I do want to say, though, that that wig looks like a little creature. I'm half expecting it to move. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Oi! What do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look underneath and all.
I want the space above this ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone over a house looking for dough when the owners are out of town?
Gina, I love you. Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt.
Oh, so you've turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself.
Hello again, Gina.
Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing round in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that at to his and then just scarpered.
Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean?
Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me.
Gina, would you mind if we investigated too?
Listen, Odo. You're a lawyer, right?
Yes? Why?
Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you?
Oh, poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zeeks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court.
I suppose you're right.
Yeah?
But go on then, Odo. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here.
Thank you, Gina. Oh, oopsies. Can we talk to her? Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place?
That's what I want to know. It's what? Half a year since I got out of the clink. That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead.
Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he?
Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard.
Goodness, really?
They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that.
He did?
Yup, and ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently.
What's up? I don't know, not much. What's down? Also, come on, I'm still at the hotel part in this case. Oh, really? It's okay if you can't, watch this part to not spoil yourself. Also, hello, not normal. Oh, am I reading that? Oh, not normal AF. Okay, there we go. It took me a while. When there's not spaces, my brain takes a while to compute. How are you doing? No worries if you... Oh, I hope I didn't... Oh no, I might have done a big spoiler for you. Oops. A lot of things are down. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope they soon become up. But yeah, I hope I'm not spoiling anything for you. And if I am, it is very much okay if you leave. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this?
I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look where that landed him.
Respect for the Reaper? In what way?
I heard him say as much. I take my hat off to that fella. Were his words.
Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper.
Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke.
I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard.
He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people what are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that.
Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here?
Apparently it's been rented by some cove called Hugh Boone.
I almost read that as bone. Hugh Boone. Does that ring a bell for anybody? I don't know if that's supposed to be... It doesn't seem significant to me at all. Hugh Boone. It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him.
I see. Well, judging from appearances, I guess Hugh Boone is like a fake name. I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever.
Alright, all the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves.
I do wonder. Yes, Miss Susato?
Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself?
What? How could that be?
Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his.
I'd never even considered that.
Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves.
You are?
If you look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things that hint at it.
I should really investigate this place in detail.
I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall.
Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely.
And the gun used in there on the floor. It's the Reaper's in it, no denying that.
What? Really?
How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. Don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him?
Bigwig lawman, is it?
Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There's some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot.
Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside.
Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. Talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting a grilling.
Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves?
I doubt it. Lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll be up for a grilling and all.
So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Okay, time to look around, I guess. Oh, first of all, I want to know who this is a portrait of.
Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members.
Ah. What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head.
They are! Look, Mr. Naruhodo, quickly!
Wait!
This is Mrs. Vigil.
It's her, isn't it? Yeah, that is her. With like a lot less curly hair. I guess this was her when she was younger. She was also still very pretty back then. Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow?
Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning.
Ah! It's Mrs. Vigil.
This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here?
To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped.
I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either.
I think we're actually in Mr. Vigil's office, if I had to guess. Because that's the only conclusion I can come to. An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it?
It's thick with dust, look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time.
In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather.
Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely.
No, that's right. It's one or the other. Hey, what about this board?
This looks like some sort of notice board or something.
And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper.
Huh, Mr. Naruhodo, look.
This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it?
And these are case notes here, and details of prison inmates.
Yes. In fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room?
Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here.
Oh yes, the advertisement you mean. To the Redheaded League. But why? What's that doing here?
Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason.
Excuse me.
Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir.
Oh, poor man. He can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Hey, let's look at this candle. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off.
Yes, there's wax splattered on the wall behind. Look.
Is that wax? I suppose if a bullet had hit it.
It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body.
Ugh. Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore.
Well, if you remember the window, Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least still let in some light, so you could
say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Oh, what's this?
It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way.
Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson?
It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zeek's playing with something like this.
It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case.
Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful after all, in a way.
8 centimeters, they say. That is very tiny. This is presumably the murder weapon, then.
Oh my. It is real, I suppose.
I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them.
There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot.
Bruh, no way. No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Maybe the policeman who is staring at the gun. Okay, also this wig, what's up with that? Someone wanted to join the Redheaded League? Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. Left by Wiggins? Yeah. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is! It is! A bright red hairpiece. And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that. Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And in such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. He likes to wiggle it. He likes to spin it atop of his head. I'm trying to imagine how dramatic it is. He was shot, he fell down, and then the wig tumbled off his head. Alright, what about this guy? Excuse me.
You're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector. Don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard.
I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Excuse me.
Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir.
Right. Perhaps I better leave you to your work then. Everyone is very sad over this, rightfully so. Man, he kinda looks like a little turtle. That is definitely the shape of a chicken nugget, I think. So I suppose this is where the victim. That's right. A rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Or Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. It would probably be under Dr. Sith's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. You know what? Who is the coroner now? Well, I guess she was the chief coroner. Animal nugget? A little bit. It looks like an animal cracker. In the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. That's such a strange position for someone to die, though, after being shot. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Narahodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but... well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that bloodstain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Susato-san is so strong, though. She's taken this far better than I am. Is that everything? That might be. Yeah, I don't think there's... Maybe I can ask her about the gun? Oh, I should show Van Zeke's the gun. What if I show her this wig? Gina, what do you make of this?
What is that? Evidence? Working something out about what happened, have ya?
No, not exactly.
I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. I swear I'm gonna get the person what did this to the boss.
I don't think anything I show her would matter. So I'm gonna go to Van Zeke's. I don't know if he'll let me show him anything. No, okay. I guess all I can do is keep showing Gina stuff, and hopefully she'll recognize something. Or maybe I can go find Sholmes? Let's go to the suite. He might not be there, though. No, is Iris on her typewriter, though? Nope, she's not even here. Okay, then. Okay, let's try the hotel. Well, I guess there's nothing to talk to him about with anymore. Okay, let's try Strongheart. Oh, not. Oh, I didn't mean to go here. Ah, okay, finally something.
You made good time.
I took an express train back to London.
I don't know who's talking. I can hear Lord Strongheart. Can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone.
Ah!
Is everything in place?
I had a private compartment on the train, so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama. He's got 2 swords now.
Ah, your timing is impeccable.
It is?
No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry.
Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zeeks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson.
I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zeeks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective.
Oh no, surely not.
It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes.
So does that mean the trial's tomorrow?
Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions.
Kazuma.
Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings,
Is he gonna be the prosecutor?
leading the prosecution.
Wait. What? Kazuma?
As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law.
Kazuma-sama? A prosecutor? He's just so menacingly in the background.
I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds.
There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock.
Quite so, the public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths.
But Lord Van Zeeks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. There have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent.
That's certainly true, or it has been at least, until now.
Huh?
No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history.
Wait, he wants to be a prosecutor. So the thing is, Kazuma originally wanted to become a defense attorney. I'm not sure why he's decided to become a prosecutor now, but I don't know, maybe he wants to? But originally he wanted to be a defense lawyer. That's what he was coming to Britain for, as far as we know. I mean, in the very first trial, he's the one who helps you in the tutorial on how to defend yourself. So, yeah. So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow.
That's right.
But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. I've no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why, Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain.
It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial.
You asked for this? But why?
It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation.
I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact.
You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial would be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks.
So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution.
Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. After practicing law in this land for so many months.
Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks?
That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene.
Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct.
It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine.
In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim.
No. Gregson had his gun on his person.
What about Lord Van Zeeks?
He claims it's currently not in his possession.
What?
According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious.
But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his.
No, of course not.
Nevertheless, the situation is great for Lord Van Zeeks. Can we, talk to Kazuma?
I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be all right now.
Has your memory completely returned?
Yes, completely. I remember everything.
I love his theme so much. This is his theme, right, I think? Or is this just the song that plays? No, this is just the song that plays when something, emotional happens. In any case, I very much like it. I've been yawning quite a bit, and that is congesting my nose, and I can feel that my voice is crackling a little bit on me.
Including what I was coming here to do.
Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But
How did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia?
It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London, that's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London.
I'm so sorry for what's happened.
Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before.
Huh? What do you mean?
I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon.
It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart.
Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery.
Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Before you go, Ryunosuke,
Oh, what is it, Kazuma?
I just wanted to thank you.
Kazuma-sama, what?
You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection.
You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you.
Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here.
Oh,
I actually have a favor to ask.
Which is?
This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel.
Why? What's this all about?
I know you have what it takes.
But Lord Van Zeeks would never put his fate in my hands.
On the contrary, he recognizes your talent.
He does.
It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this.
He's so cute. He's so little in here. That's
Lord Van Zeeks and Inspector Gregson.
That must be his brother over here. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person?
It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office.
In Gregson's office, you mean?
Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you must find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it.
I don't understand. Why are you giving me this?
Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over.
What are you doing, Kazuma? Naruhodo. That still makes me chuckle. The name? Is it supposed to mean something? Or just because it sounds funny? Quick, to the prison. Lord Van Zeeks is still reading that letter.
We've been gone quite some time, though.
Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. Oh, he probably took offense to that.
I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese.
Oh, sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that.
I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time.
Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow.
Which is none of your business.
So, have you found a lawyer?
How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This is nothing to do with you.
In other words, no.
You were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided.
I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is.
It's going to be Kazuma Asogi.
Asogi?
That made the color drain from his face.
Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Ten years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi.
Henshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father.
So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? A man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court.
I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you.
It's what he does. No doubt he knew the young man's true identity from the outset.
What could he have been hoping to achieve?
And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that?
Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese.
Right. Your hatred of all us Japanese.
I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer.
The so-called professor.
Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. Oh.
And that was Genshin Asogi.
Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented.
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the professor case inquiry, Lord Mael Strongheart.
Wait, what? Lord Strongheart?
He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, and he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he is the one person to whom I felt indebted.
I'm sure you must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor.
Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, you should arrive in London, but you.
Huh.
And of all things, as a lawyer,
I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese.
I kept telling myself it was all illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it.
And I can understand why. Now I know the history.
But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Osogi I am the bane of his, the Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month.
Yeah, he was gonna go to Paris.
But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy.
Oh yes. Come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean.
It's the first time I've ever encountered it.
Oh,
The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place.
sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard.
Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made.
Could you imagine if this entire time Kazuma's the killer? What a twist that would be. What sort of approach?
After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy.
Oh my, 10 years ago. Why is that so surprising?
Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble, that made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death.
So, you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life.
I don't have confidence in anyone.
Oh,
I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I have no doubt he thought of me as only the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London.
what really went on between Lord Van Zeeks and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship? About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene.
Yes, that's not mine.
Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is.
What do you expect me to say to that?
Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true.
When did you lose it then? Oh, the ads are starting soon. Which means I will probably pause for a little break. Man, I am so eepy again. It's truly a roller coaster.
That I don't know.
Oh,
I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Van Zeeks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. Okay, ads have started. Now we wait for 3 minutes. You know what? Great news is I'm not hungry. Bad news is I am... The food coma is coming for me. Let's see. Today is the 20th day. There's something I need to try to do. Part of me is debating on whether I should go buy more yarn. But I think maybe I should try to work with what I have. Because I wasn't expecting the yarn that I bought to be so different from the other ones I have. We'll see. Because I have this green yarn that is a different brand from all the other colors I bought. And like, I don't know, it's a lot, I guess, thinner. I mean, not a lot, but it's definitely thinner. And I'm trying to make little Christmas presents for my friends. They're basically all getting like the same base, except I'm modifying it a little bit to customize for each of them. But like, yeah, if I can't get it to look nice, I might have to go buy more yarn. I might have to go buy green. I don't think any of them watch my streams, so I think it's safe for me to say what it is. Yeah, none of them are in here anyway. They don't watch me. That's fine. I am making them all penises. And I know that sounds very strange out of context, but yeah, I'm crocheting them all little penises. They're all gonna get a little penis, but it's also gonna be customized. But you know what? I think I would definitely sell these. We'll see how I feel in the new year. I haven't gone through the logistics of how difficult it would be to run an Etsy store, but we'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe I'll enjoy it. Maybe it'll sustain me long enough that I don't need a part-time job. I can only dream, you know? I can only dream. To crochet and not have to go work some minimum wage job. Also, welcome back from the ads. I thought it was Friday, so I said in the D&D server, wow, I can't believe it's Friday. And then I was told, in fact, it's Wednesday. Oh, man. Oh, I can't believe you fumbled that bad. Oh, where is your sense of time gone? You're 2 days too early. Oh, dear. Wow, I can't believe it's Friday. That's because it's not. Oh well. Yeah, Christmas time is upon us soon. Oh. Ooh. Oh no. I just remembered that I think it's this week I have to do grocery shopping for the dogs. And like this weekend is Christmas. Well, not Christmas, but like Christmas Eve and like, ooh. Well, maybe it won't be that busy, right? Fingers crossed, let's hope. I really hate going to stores when it's like near the holidays because it's just always so jam-packed. I guess that more so applies to Costco. I would not wish to be at Costco on a Christmas Eve. I'd rather like pass away.
I'm gonna have to set a reminder to buy stuff maybe before the weekend. Yes. You know what? I also need to set a reminder to buy my table and potentially the camera if it's still cheap right now. Because I keep forgetting to place the order for the table because it's gonna take a few weeks for it to arrive. Maybe longer. I mean, we're already almost at Christmas, so I'm assuming it'll get to me in like January. But that also means I need to learn how to assemble a table. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna forget. I'll try to remember to order stuff. Anyways, Susato was just roasting us right before the ads rolled in, so I'm gonna read this line again. Basically, I think, what was it? The context was that Van Zieks misplaced his gun, but apparently the one at the crime scene is most definitely not his, but he just doesn't remember where he put his gun. You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No. This has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it.
Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese.
Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? I don't remember if they supply the screws for the legs. Oh shit, do they? That's actually something I didn't look into. I just assumed they did. Man, how sucky would it be if I ordered my table and then I don't even have the screws to attach the legs, so I just have like a slab of wood. I would assume so, right? Like, why would you, I don't know, sell a table leg and not give people the screws for it? Like that, I don't know, that doesn't make sense. But I'll look into it. Maybe it mentions it somewhere. So it's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Okay, we were going to show him the, this photograph. If you had the drawers, you don't use screws? Yeah, but I'm using table legs because, drawers are expensive. They are very expensive. Lord Van Zieks, we came by this old photograph.
Where did you get that?
It looks so little in here.
It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost.
Is the man on the left there?
Yes, that's my brother, Clint.
It had to be, really. Apparently this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that?
Respect? That's nonsense.
No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less.
Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter.
Seeing this game made me want to see some anime. Well, I'm not sure how good it is because I never finished it, but they did turn Phoenix Wright into an anime. It did receive an anime adaptation. I don't know how much it covered. Probably at least the first game, I would assume. But yeah, I never finished watching it. I think I maybe watched like a couple episodes and then I just never continued because I have a terrible habit of finishing things.
That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you.
I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes.
brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the Stone Cold Reaper of the Bailey.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. Is it? We're like literally almost like, we're like close to the end of the game and this is the first time he said my name. This is hilarious.
I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in.
What's that?
And that which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth.
Lord Van Zeeks, you've been staring into my eyes at court this whole time?
From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now. I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could.
What is this, enemies to lovers?
Here is the loathsome Nipponese, who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Misogi.
I wonder if they will try to pull that. I feel like that would be kind of like a bad twist though, right? Because like, part of me is wondering if they're gonna go down the route of like, oh, Genshin Asogi was not actually the one responsible for these murders. But I feel like that wouldn't be a very good twist. I don't know. We'll see. It's just like... I'm trying to think over in my head whether that would be a good twist or not. Like... No, I think that would be a bad twist because then all of the things... it would feel like all the buildup would have been for nothing. Like, what, like... Kazuma spent his whole life wanting to be a defense lawyer, I think because of his dad probably. Or, I don't know, he came to Britain to, like, because of what his dad did, supposedly. I think it would be better if it was, he was... But then, like, all the things that people are saying just don't add up. Here's this man that committed this heinous act, but everyone's like, I know him, he would never do this. And I don't know anymore. We're going to watch Tokyo Godfathers for Xmas. That we are. I'm gonna make a big bowl of popcorn. Maybe throw in some Skittles. I wanted Twizzler gummies, but they didn't have it in the store. I'm still very sad about that. But yeah, it's Skittles, popcorn. Sorry, I looked behind me and like Lucky's just passed out. Do your dogs ever fall asleep with funny faces? Mine do. Okay, what was I talking about? I don't know. I went off the rails a little bit. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way.
When you showed me that photograph, just now it reminded me.
Might get some peri-peri nuts. Is it like some sort of like dry seasoning they put on nuts or? I've only seen the liquid sauce format, so I don't... And chocolate and dump it in the popcorn. Oh! Spicy nuts in your popcorn? Yeah? I don't know. I really miss those like flavor packets you put on popcorn. I used to like be all over that. But like, I don't know, the ones at the supermarket, just, I guess I've only really tried one brand, but it's like, it's not great. Maybe the salt and vinegar one was okay, but like, yeah, I used to really like those like seasoning packets you can buy for popcorn where it'd be like different flavors. I think the only ones I ever tried were ketchup, white cheddar, and
salt and vinegar. Yeah, those were the 3 that I mainly tried. But it's really hard to evenly coat everything. Did I say this line? I'm gonna say it again.
When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me.
You mean this photograph?
Back then, I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now.
Damn.
I look to the future with hope. Since then, I protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe.
I'm so sorry.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it.
Same, Zeke, same? Yeah. Shout out to my fellow people traumatized by betrayal.
In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me?
Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo.
My life is in your hands.
Thanks. Oh no! Are you part of the group too? We're Lord Van Zeeks. That must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend, Kazuma. Oh, God. Sorry, I went to look over at my OBS and like the UI a little bit changed a little. Okay. We'll see if most likely before the next ad break is supposed to run, I will end the stream, I think. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of the trial, and I'll try to find a decent part to stop. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Heimdall. It's hump day, more fun things should be discussed. I think, oh man. You just don't really hear people call it that much anymore. Could you imagine if someone didn't know the context and they literally thought you meant a day about humping? There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. I mean, technically it's still Wednesday for me, but it's probably Thursday for most people by now. Wait, it's not? Or do you mean you didn't know it didn't mean humping? I learned this term 2 years ago. I thought it was a special day for humping. I had hope, alas. Your dreams were shattered that day. Yeah. What was it? I think they call it hump day because it's like the middle day of the week. In reference to like a camel's hump or something like that. I don't know. Something like that. There is a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant.
A little more courtesy, if you please.
Oh my, I do apologize.
However,
You're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary.
What do you mean?
I'm not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected.
There's no jury? Pourquoi? A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. Oh, shit. Something stinks about this trial. Closed court. I see his hair is back to normal.
Good morning, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes. Like it's downhill from here, half the week is done. Well, if I had to go with that analogy, I would say that like Monday, Tuesday, you're going uphill, so like it's a little bit of a struggle. Then you get to Wednesday, and then after Wednesday, it's like Thursday and Friday, and so it's kind of smooth sailing because you're going into the weekend. If we had to go with that downhill analogy. So technically downhill is a good thing in that context. Have you ever made a dish of food and after eating it, you feel like you could eat more, like it was not enough? Man, that was me with the shepherd's pie. Like, I ate a quarter of that thing, but I could have eaten more. I would have made myself sick, but I could have eaten more. Mr. Sholmes.
Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Nagahodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree.
To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem.
Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning.
Man, would you rather, like, bleach and dye your hair, or would you rather drink something? Well, I guess if it was properly made, drinking something to change the color of your hair would be better than going through like the bleaching and dyeing process. But if you had to do what Sholmes did, which was drink potion after potion to find out which one worked, then probably not. I made that omelet and now I want a meal. Oh man. It's kind of like how I do that thing where I'll cook something, but I'll eat while I'm cooking. So it's kind of like 2 meals in one. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes.
And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I see London's celebrated great detective, is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow, compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases. The Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you.
You know what, though? I just realized the downside to, like, the drinking thing, like, with, like, Sholmes' like, hair color changing potions, is that it supposedly would change all the hair on your body, right? Well, I guess the curtains would match the drapes, but I wanted to make grilled toast with ham and cheese in the sandwich grill. Ah, man, I could go for grilled cheese right now. Grilled cheese sounds great. If I had hair, well, you have a beard. That works too, right?
What an honor, and what would that be? Your eye for a good lawyer, sir.
Mr. Sholmes?
After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind, my own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. So, I don't know who this is. Sorry to barge in. Oh, this is Gina.
Isn't that a good thing? Carpet and drapes matching? I don't know. Let's just say I would not want bright blue hair on the rest of my body. Gina. Oh, does she always have this little armband on her? It's very cute. Oh no. What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium?
It's been postponed, so I have some free time.
Really? I try it? Not for me. I would not want the rest of my body to have, like, bright neon hair.
I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year.
Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Odo? Oh, yes, Gina? Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina. But I just don't believe that. But if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that. Yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. It's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him.
Fiery eyes, indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing.
Uh-huh.
At least, that may be some solace to the deceased.
Please, Odo. Get whoever did this for the boss. Who, Gina? I ain't feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. But so you've got to find who done this and make the wretch pay.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way to the courtroom at once, please.
All right, then. Here we go. It's time, Mr. Navajodo. Lord Van Zeeks. This is going to be interesting. The only time I had a trial without a jury was the first one. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. Damn, this trial's gonna be depressing.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare that this court be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Beric Van Zeeks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready.
Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been as scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge.
In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder.
The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial, with no members of the public present. By Her Majesty's direct orders.
How will that work, my lord?
The burden of arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today.
If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord?
They are members of the judiciary here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Members of the judiciary? Oh my. This is a very unusual trial already.
There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. But as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain.
Kazuma?
Very well, let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building off flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property.
Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court.
I just realized, because you know how Gina named the dog Toby? And like, Gregson's dead now, so Toby is kind of like a little remnant of him, you know? Does that make sense? I don't know. That just makes it more depressing.
Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest case since 10 years ago.
Rex? I don't think I ever said Rex. Unless you mean the situation is similar to Rex. The professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident?
Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time.
Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses.
I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly.
Oh, wow.
How has the range been determined?
There were scorch marks around the entry wound.
Oh, yeah, that would make it pretty close.
Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happened when the target is at point-blank range.
I see. Yes, thank you for the detailed explanation. Explanation, counsel.
I think I should make myself some tea after this, most definitely.
The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim.
And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm?
No, my lord. Not conclusively.
Bravo, Kazuma-sama.
I'm not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven.
Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There is a candelabrum mounted on the wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile.
We noticed that too, didn't we? Have they not been able to recover the bullet, though? Yes, that's right.
Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please.
As you wish, my lord.
Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode?
No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair.
So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other.
When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot.
So, the details of the case are clear.
In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness.
A name, please, Counsel.
Naturally, the accused himself.
Lord Van Zeeks?
As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth.
Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand.
So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Derek Van Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor.
I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening premises.
I did.
It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord. And I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth.
I must say, Lord Van Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come, but since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony, then, witness.
I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That testimony was the whole truth. It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi.
It would appear to be a singular tale indeed.
Singular isn't the word, it's laughable.
What's got into Kazuma?
He's not behaving like himself at all.
Very well, then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Oops.
Hold it!
You were investigating the inspector. What on earth for? I think maybe after this cross-examination, or even before it's over, probably will end the stream.
I'm not at liberty to say.
Sorry?
I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed.
Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene?
No. I was privy to his movements in advance.
How?
I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense.
As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Seeks?
I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you're investigating the victim. And yet, you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath.
Ugh. When did I ever think I could defend this man?
Hold it!
Had you ever been to the address before?
No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything.
But at 5 p.m., the sun would only just have gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside.
The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember. And there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph.
When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate.
And what did you find?
Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw...
Oh, I already read this.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun?
I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room.
But you say it was very dark in there.
Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence.
Aha! Then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room?
No, that's out of the question.
Oh,
Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder.
oh, this is going from bad to worse.
And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct. But I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part.
Presumably, then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that was somewhat hastily took in your hands.
In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not.
What?
The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder.
But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired?
Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would clearly like to know that. Ugh.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume.
That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street.
Who are these merchants?
A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened.
Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she?
They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did. It almost gave me a heart attack in the process.
But you're supposed to be the Reaper.
The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. Policemen patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then, okay. Yes.
What do you mean by that? What way did the body appear?
I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point. And then suddenly, there it was.
Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand?
At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more.
I see.
After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson.
Most curious circumstances indeed.
How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barrick Van Zeeks, is lying on multiple fronts.
What is that supposed to mean?
Good gracious, counsel.
The defendant is lying, you say? Oh. In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum.
How does that prove anything?
If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact.
One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
Problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length.
Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long.
You could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together. Which begs the question of why only one had ended up longer than the others.
That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning.
That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. The accused's claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now, to the next lie.
There's more?
The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth.
In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings.
Yes, that's right. We saw it too.
It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago.
10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar.
And there is a common thread linking all of the documents on that board.
Indeed. What is this common thread, Counsel?
They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Beric Van Zieks.
All of them?
And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
Good Lord!
Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper.
Oh no!
In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations.
The Reaper's hideout?
And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout. No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards.
Backwards? Explain, Counsel.
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand.
What? Order! Order! Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Beric Van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Azogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts.
Where's Shepard? She will deal with these Reapers. Yeah, I know, right? Oh man, I still need to make sure that I download and then my save files load correctly.
All I have done is state the truth as I know it.
Kazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable.
Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Thank you, my lord. And now, the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question.
I guess pretty soon would be a good time to stop, especially since the ad break is happening in like 6 minutes. I mean, I can hit a snooze.
They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember.
Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room.
Very well, lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord.
Wow. Oh, okay, I see a familiar face. Okay, I'm gonna leave it here. I'm gonna leave it here. I think that first girl. Oh, that first girl has to be the match seller. Okay, that is a reference. I don't know. What is it? It's not exactly a. Would you call it a fairy tale? Isn't it like the I don't know. It's about that little girl who sells matches or whatever, and then she ends up freezing to death. I never actually read it. Okay, we saved there. Who is streaming right now? Oh, I guess we can go do that raid. Okay, we're leaving it here today. Let me just start the raid.
Actually, is this person still gonna be streaming? Yes. Okay. Kind of a spooky fairy tale, like a legend or something? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna start the raid. Thank you. My voice, I don't know. My voice was dying a little bit today, so oopsies. Luckily, the next stream, I don't think, well, it's not gonna require much vocal action. But yeah, next stream is technically later today / tomorrow, depending on what time zone you're in. But that's gonna be me starting Mass Effect 2. And I think we're still doing 7 Days to Die on Sunday, which will be Christmas Eve, but you know, I don't got anything to do. Rest your voice and have a good night. It was chill. Thank you. Yeah, otherwise, I will see you guys whenever I see you next time. Thank you for coming, and I hope you have a good day or night. Alright. Shall I lift myself out? I didn't know you finished Mass Effect 1. I did finish. I suppose you weren't there when I finished it, but yeah, I did. I was so sure that I was gonna die, but yeah, they had me. They had me. That was too bad. But yeah, maybe I will see you when I start Mass Effect 2. Alright, I will see you guys there at the raid.